Hello, YouTube. So today we're going to look into React Router. Done I've done this before, kinda, but I wanna do more. So just to set up the stage, I'm working on B2B SaaS kit. This is the idea to create some kind of starter that has all the tech that I think is kind of like the best, but simple. That's kind of like important thing because there are things that are maybe better, but it requires for me to kind of like to invest more into figuring out how to use it. So the idea is to pick up the tech that is simple, that is ready for you to use kind of like right away, without going too much into depth. But we're not trying to create like new PHP, so it's not stupid simple, and we're not making you do everything yourself, as kind of like as how like Vite is simple. If you start with like a Vite starter template, it's simple, but but it's not kind of like production ready. There's a lot of things that you need to figure out. But here the idea is that we created this example application that is that has like you can authenticate yourself, you can manage your team, like inviting new users, giving them like different permissions, and you don't have to like you don't have to write all of that. You can just like go ahead and use it. And yeah, so the idea, the kind of like the demo app is that you can use ChatGPT. It's like what what is the best astro alternative? Yeah. Or I don't have a personal preferences. Okay, but you can use Gatsby and Next.js. Yeah, so it's a yeah, interesting that it's got. I guess Gatsby is closer to Astro because it's like statically generated. Yeah, I guess that's one of the way of doing it. So I think Next.js is like fine, but whenever I try to use Next.js, I always felt that it's it was doing more and it would cost more, and I'm like not always sure that it's like the uh like all the costs are worth it. So that's why that's why I'm kind of like on this Astro train right now. And the thing is that Astro, as it is, kind of like if you just pick it up from like a basic template, it's not clear that you can build the same application that's the same applications that you would um, in Next.js. So I assure you, this application Next.js would have would have looked worse. So right now, the only thing that like I'm not happy about is that this prompts thing is like jumping when I refresh it, but my avatar is not jumping, my like prompts are not jumping, and yeah, it's like all the jumpiness of next of like modern web frameworks is like not worth it. I'm fine with like having um, uh, big old like spinners. So for our dog vendor dashboard, all of this is kind of like create React app style. So when you refresh it, like everything jumps because it's like the whole thing it requires you um, to run everything in JavaScript, but you can do some stuff on server. that's that's kind of like where everyone is going now. And if I can make kind of like this React router stuff work, I'm not building like the whole kind of remix alternative. So uh, if you're building something that is like more purpose built, and you're like, hey, I'm building a remix app, and I know that I don't need anything except for remix, yeah, you should go for remix. But if you're building a thing that is kind of like full of different things, so for example, for Problems with Friends, we also have like this survey, which is just the client side application, which is, if I refresh, it's like it's jumping. I don't know how to refresh it so it jumps, but like the whole thing is a JavaScript, and um, maybe like this. I forgot how to make it jump. Maybe like just a slower network, slow 3G. Yeah, so it's an empty page, and it's a loading spinner. Then it shows the content. So, and the thing is that if you have your existing kind of like create React app application, you could just like put it in Astro without as much problems as if you're trying to do kind of like Next.js. Anyway, so enough enough pontificating. I have I have a branch where I started to work on it, and I couldn't figure out one of the like SSR kind of like boundary stuff. And I think now I have an idea how to do that. And yeah, so I'm turning on music, and I will be looking into all of that. And uh, so once I switch to this thing, I have this like timer going, and we're going to listen to some music. And in 45 minutes, I will talk more in what I have. So yeah, let's do that. And the one other thing is that it seems like it's fine for me to play Monster Cat stuff on YouTube. Like my previous video didn't get banned or anything, so like I'm happy that I can do that. We're going to do that, right? Now, it's playing. Yeah, I think we're good to go. Okay, so see you. Hi. So I just finished kind of like explaining what I'm doing, but uh, I'm working in this B2B, where is it? B2B is HasKit, and we use Astro there instead of kind of like Next.js. And I have like a different kind of like styles of apps that we have. So for example, here, like this one is just like literally script tag and web components and stuff. This one is just SPA, and I need to make one work with SSR properly. And this is what we're doing. Oh, I forgot. I'm not sharing my screen. I'm sorry. New things, yeah. They're like not that new. Like Astro is like 2 point something. So the only kind of like crazy bet that we're doing is with Drizzle, and it's not that hard to get rid of it if you don't like it. So all of this stuff is pretty vanilla. But yeah, so this is more like a co-working stream where I just listen music and answer questions if they come up with chat, but usually just working on kind of like my projects. And this time it's, let me share the screen now. This time it's this thing, and uh, it's open source. When we started doing that, like we heard some people like, hey, is it like this, is it like that? And there are like apparently a lot of projects that do this, but again, like none of them do exactly what we do. But yeah, and we think that we're kind of like going to do it better. Yeah, and we're using, oh yeah, thank you for follow.
Fleming Miguel is now following.
Miguel. Interesting. Yeah. So basically, it's app, but it has like different things done in different kind of like architectures. And the architecture that I'm missing right now is kind of like React router with SSR, because I had some problems setting that up in Astro, and I tried like Tanstack router on the previous stream. I have another Astro project where I just used solid router. It's not. It's the same one that's used in Solid Start, but it's just solid router. And Solid was like the easiest one to set up, but I think I figured out finally the way to set up the React router. So um, I'm switching back to music, and like let's see if I can get it working.
Make the ground shake.
can stay right here, we will play until somehow you can find a slightly different frame of mind. Right here in my arms, away from all harm, you'll be safe from all the flares, although I know you don't care. Take a deeper breath and give it time. You can walk the path among the lines with your shattered frame of mind. Or instead you could always stay. We can wait right here and play until somehow you can find a slightly better frame of mind. Breath and give it time. You can walk the path among the lines with your shattered frame of mind. Or instead you could always stay. We can wait right here and play until somehow you can find a slightly better frame of mind. Take a deeper breath and give it time. You can walk the path among the lines with your shattered frame of mind. Or instead you could always stay. We can wait right here and play until somehow you can find a slightly better frame of mind. And when the light comes through, when the day isn't new, then it will be time for a new frame of mind. When all eyes are on you, you will know what to do, since you will have found your new frame of mind. When you lift your head up to the sky, take a deeper breath and give it time. You can walk the path among the lines, but always know that you'll be safe. I'll be here throughout your days. Come find me and we will play. As I fell to the ocean floor, fading light through an open door, I saw myself rise with the water. And they thought they could keep me down, hold that breath and watch me drown, but all they did was push me higher. We don't care what they say, we will be here all day. We'll stay until it's over, till the world's out of sight. We will stand, we will fight, it's not over till it's over. Through the nights in the rain, through the time and the pain, we stand, we'll never fall. And then at the end of it all, we will win, we will chant, it's not over till it's over.
You paint a picture in my mind. You wanna leave it all behind. In a world that's turning all the time, nothing could stop me longing for your eyes. I won't let it die. I can feel you when you're not around. When the night gets cold, I won't be alone. We won't be
Cool as is now following.
This lake of fire burns my skin. How could love wear so thin? I'm sinking in the hollow ground. Nothing can stop me wanting you somehow. I won't let it die. I can feel you when you're not around. When the night gets cold, I won't be alone. We won't be alone. before you go and walk away. Yeah, you better know where you're going. Hey, yeah, yeah. You're a wanderer just like me. Hey, yeah, yeah. Yeah, you better know where you're going. Yeah, you better know where you're going. I've been painting every fence I know. Every color bleeds into the same. 'Cause before you go and walk away, yeah, you better know where you're going. Hey, yeah, yeah. You're a wanderer just like me. Hey, yeah, yeah. Yeah, you better know where you're going. You're a wanderer just like me. Yeah, you better know where you're going. Yeah, you better know where you're going.
Okay, it's time for break. Let me share my screen and let's see what I have a chat. I'm assuming you're a web dev. You've been working on your first web app. b2b clerk, launcher cave, webhook, to throw in user information so I can reference that key. Interesting. Webhook part of things, listening to changes. Yeah. Okay, so clerk, webhooks. Okay. So the webhooks that they have is user created. Interesting. Well, that's cool. I guess that allows you to have kind of like all the data in your backend in case if you want to like migrate from Clark or something. That's cool. The user does some action or generates an event. You can store it in your database. Yeah, so my first advice is try not to do that at all. Maybe that's going to make like your life easier. Just follow whatever the simple or easy path that they provide you, and don't try to like invent too much stuff. But just in terms of how it technically works, I mean, the goal is like, do you want to store users twice? Do you want to have them in Clark and in your database at the same time? Which one do you kind of like? Which one do you think is the right one? So you have to think about the case where you will like miss the hook or like handle it incorrectly, and your data will get out of sync, and now you will need to implement this kind of like twice, once for where everything works correctly, and the other time for a fallback if like something fails, and like how do you test that both things are working, all of that stuff. So like basically like, hey, user just signed up and now you need to like handle it in three places. So now clerk has to handle it, and now you have to handle it kind of like twice. So yeah, if you have a chance to like just not do that and just like, hey, everything is living in clerk, we're not like duplicating any of that stuff, we always just like go to clerk and ask them if they have a user. um I mean, that's not a good idea. It's just like simple idea, right? It's just like, yeah, just if you have a way not to do that, not to do something, just don't do it. Clerk has organizations, and you wanted to add specific images for organizations. Yeah, and in a sense, just implement the simplest one. So just have a database where you have like org ID and org image, and just if they deleted the org and there is no org with that ID anymore, just like just live with your losses. Like, yeah, some of our images that we store, they no longer exist, but like, who cares? And if they exist, you just like search by org ID, and if you find something, good, you have it. If you didn't find it, it's not a big deal. um, because it's just a question like, why do you need to do that when organization is created? Just do it when image is uploaded. So when you upload the image, just get the org ID at that time, and don't kind of like try to synchronize it too much. And if you have like a once a year, just like a write a script, just like goes to clerk and checks if those orgs still exist, and just delete the ones that like don't exist anymore, instead of like doing this whole complicated kind of like synchronization. Yeah, just store it in like S3, and like org ID is like just the part of URL, and just like, okay, that's we don't care if that file exists, then we have an image. If it doesn't, like, just don't don't think about it. But just get organization when upload. Yeah, exactly. So, and yeah, and when user tries to like get the image, if you have it, you have it. If you don't have it, like, why does it matter if like that organization exists or not in at that time in like a clerk database? Just, yeah, just show an image if user knows they did. Don't show it if they don't. It's but yeah, so like what I'm trying to do right now is I'm working on this thing we call b2b SaaS kit. The idea is that we wanna I work at Fogbender, and we do B2B support, and like most common thing that we most common problem that we have is our users are like, okay, what's B2B, or like uh it's kind of like too complicated, I don't know how to set it up. And we were like, okay, maybe we can just like fix that issue. And if people have an easy way to start B2B businesses, they will, like, we will just have more users at Fog Banner. And yeah, the orgs are kind of like the important part, is that we want our uh, we want to work with companies that are like working with organizations, not users. And we heard stuff like, yeah, we're selling to companies, but we don't have that like teams or organizations in our product. Everyone just like shares the password inside the organization, and this is just like a bad idea. And and we wanna make someone who's like, I don't know, laid off of Google right now, and they're like, hey, I want to build this like machine learning thing, but I don't want to spend like 3 months setting up like React and Tailwind and like kind of like menial stuff that doesn't really like matter for their business. We want them to kind of like get started as quickly as possible, write their own kind of like module that does the thing that they're interested in, and will kind of like provide them with a way to do support, analytics, authorization, kind of like hosting even, right? And uh, yeah, we just we just want to make it kind of like simple and yet flexible, so that all the kind of like it's a question of like kind of like unlimited scope of like, yeah, if you add this thing, it will make it easier to do like that, but it will make setup more complicated. So we're still figuring out the best way to do that. And we use, instead of Clerk, we use Propel Auth, and the idea is that Propel Auth is more focused on B2B use case. It's not like Clerk where you have like 3 users in organizations, which is like, is it even an org? Yeah, Propel Auth is a bit more focused on B2B, and we that's why we want to like work with them. It's like a smaller company. They still like haven't figured all of the stuff that. So like in terms of like all of our stuff is pretty stable, but we have like a fog vendor which is like, we think that it's stable, but it's still like not that widely used. Purple Oath is kind of like a smaller player, and we use Drizzle, which is version 0 point something, right? So, but other than that, everything is kind of like production ready. Everything is kind of like played out, and everyone knows how to like use Tailwind. Everyone knows how to use Vercel. So, if you need the help, you just can Google it. But yeah, we want people like like someone is like, yeah, I want to build like this business, but I don't want to deal with like setting all of this stuff up. We want them to get started as soon as possible and as easy as possible. And like Fogbender is kind of like 2-click thing that they can easily add to their website and start using, instead of us like finding like businesses that are already kind of like working and asking them to kind of like to switch to our thing. They can start with our thing right away. Sorry, I was like I was like missing the chat. I watched T3 and figured I used T3 and TRPC. Kind of. Yeah, so I think T3 is kind of like a uh, is like a safe bet, right? But I think T3 is more. The more that I think about it, is like in T3 you have to you have to start a greenfield project, and that greenfield project, like in say like a year, right, where like all the React server components patterns are like more stable and all that stuff, it's like T3 in a year is going to be like a completely different thing. And you're starting with this thing right now, and like in a year you're starting with like that other thing. And I'm sure they will work on something to like migrate from like one to another. But if I have like a create React app right now, I can't move to like either of those, because they're like so they are so set in like everything how they do it. And our thing is that we are kind of like more flexible. So uh, we didn't like write all of this yet, but the idea is like, hey, I don't like Tailwind. Here's how you can like remove it. Hey, I don't like Drizzle. Hey, here's how you can switch to something else. So um, so that you can start quickly, but you can also kind of like scale down on the things that you are not using. and you can more easily integrate stuff that you kind of like uh, you're either like relying on something that is like, hey, I want to use this library and it only works in, I don't know, like Create React App. Because even though like Next is like it gets more downloads now than Create React App, still a lot of libraries just like don't work in Next. Don't work with like server side rendering, all of that stuff. So having all of those kind of like easy fallbacks for kind of like older approaches, I think is like underutilized thing. And uh, I just like hope that someone is like I don't know, it's like a big company and someone has an idea, they quickly spin up. Now I'm confused in grammar. They quickly pick up B2B SaaS kit, they implement their own kind of like features that they wanted, and they're like, hey, remember that blog that we have in like Ghost or whatever? Like, let me quickly rewrite it as a route in Astro. Hey, remember that like dashboard that we have? Hey, let me quickly like rewrite it, and so that you can have uh, so that you can work on like newer projects, but you can also migrate all of your existing stuff to Astra as well. That's basically what we did at Fogmanner. Like we our like admin page. It used to be Create React App, and we migrated that to Astro. We are not using kind of like this setup because we don't have a JavaScript backend. So like all of this kind of like um, a lot of these things that we do in B2B SaaS Kit, we just do in Elixir. But I think it's going to be like a harder sell for someone. Hey, it's an easy start, just learn a bit of Elixir. I think it's easier if we have like a JavaScript only start, but then you can kind of like add your own backends or your own kind of like other systems. Yeah. So I don't know how all of this will like play out, but yeah, I think like T3 stuff is I think T3 stuff is good. Uh, it's it's kind of like similar. It's a bit similar to what we do. We do kind of like we do less Next.js and we do more like other services, not just Clerk. Yeah, and I guess we just need to write like a few kind of like semi-real apps with it and just see kind of like what are the strengths and weaknesses. Right now, we're just writing this kind of like prompts app. We finally got like designs designs for it because this is just like kind of like I generated that kind of like with ChatGPT, so it's not really nice looking. But yeah. So one thing that we're missing right now is kind of like um uh feature that is like in Next is kind of like this SSR approach because we have this which is closer to like how Fog Banner works. For example, it just um, client only application. So if you go to like this page, okay, I need to. Yeah, you saw that probably. It has like a loading sphere. I just have like a good internet, so you don't always see it. But it has like loading spinners, all that stuff, which is I don't know how to say it, which is fine. And again, if you have like an existing app, that's like easy to migrate. But I want to make this kind of like SSR kind of like first experience, and I want to get rid of all of the like loading indicators, and I guess like this, like fog banner stuff, it's going to be blinking on reload anyway because it is a client only widget at the moment. Um, we don't have too many users asking for too many things to kind of like to just like blindly implement everything for every use case. It's like, yeah, let's do widget for SSR, let's do widget for Svelte, all that stuff. We just we have to focus on a lot of other things at Fog Banner. But yeah, for this kit to be kind of like compatible with Create T3A, I think we have to kind of like show that all of those patterns are also doable. And yeah, this is what kind of like my stream today is about. Overwhelming. Yeah, yeah, that's another thing. Uh I think there are like too many options how to build the same thing, and I want to, in this template, I want to try to use multiple ways so that you can look at the one that you like and get rid of the ones that you don't like. So you're like, yeah, I like how like SPAs work. I don't want to do any of other that stuff. And we have this page which is kind of like experiment, but the idea is that it's completely um, it's completely frameworkless. So I don't have like a React or anything here. Like all of these things that are like interactive, it's all done in kind of like a script tag. So this kind of like uh, I forgot what they call it, like details. There is like a details tag. So we're using shoelace details component, and that's the one that they're adding like this icon. And for our like preserving stuff to local storage, we just like listening for, where is it, like we're listening for shoelace show, shoelace hide events. And if you clicked on like one of those things, we just like figure out which one you clicked on and just like save it to local storage. So this is like, there's no framework here. It's like all the bundle for this page is just like analytics because we get shoelace from CDN, and this is like all the JavaScript that this page has. Yeah, and I think this is like for a lot of kind of like similar, especially like prototyping stuff. You're working on like, I don't know, like FAQ. Like, why do you need to figure out, I don't know, like material UI or something like that? That's like, yeah, just make it like a simple HTML and like don't think about it. why why to make all of this stuff more complicated? Yeah, just get like kind of like just get this script from CDN, and you don't have to think about it. Yeah, I don't know. That's what this was, like a fun experiment, and I think that's kind of like my goal, is to show like a few ways, uh, to showcase few ways to like to write docs on like, hey, if you want to do like this approach, just do that. If you want this approach, just do that. And once you find approach that works for you, if your whole team like always were writing like view and client side only, just do view and client side only. If your whole team like uses kind of like next, uh, I want for them to be kind of like at home. I want to kind of like explain how to do next patterns with Astro, kind of like easily, and yeah, hopefully that's going to be like fine enough. So so Astro has kind of like backend, but it's similar to kind of like an API folder in next. So you're just like request response. So if you want to like authorize user, create a cookie. But if you're doing like 10 endpoints, it's going to be repetitive pretty quick. So I decided to use gRPC, and with gRPC, it's fun that you can do like stuff like, hey, I want to see if this user gets prompts, and if this user is like not authorized, let's redirect him and like ask him to log in, all of that stuff. So it's you can write your kind of like the whole backend in gRPC that gives you like all the middleware, all the validation, all the kind of like all the stuff that you would have to use. I don't know, like Fastify or like a Nest or like a real framework, right, for the backend. But here gRPC kind of like does all of this stuff, and we can still hook it up inside. We can use kind of like gRPC, like use mutation, use query, all of that kind of like stuff on the client. But we can also do like, I don't know, if I want to get some data to change like a title of the thing, I can do it as well, like in the server template. So yeah. The problem right now is that like when you go between pages, it's like a full server side reload, and I wanna fix that. So that's how kind of like React Router is getting into mix, and I'm I got this. I was just like reading through the docs for this slot stuff for where is it? For our setup page. Oh, process runs. Yeah, yeah. So for our setup page, we have like all of this kind of like stuff generated from like Markdown, and uh, I was like, okay, can we move this stuff in like React and move this stuff in Astro? So I was like looking at all this, and I go reading some like Astro docs, and it's like, hey, if you pass a function that's only going to run through on SSR because functions can be serialized, and I was like, yeah, this is exactly what I need. This is exactly the problem that I had with Remix Router before, and that's kind of like that's what I'm doing right now. I'm I'm getting like this. They call it like static router. I'm getting this static router on the server, and because I pass it as a function here, it's only going to run on the server, and then on the client that's going to be like a null or empty, like or undefined. uh, so I don't have to I don't have to kind of like send too much data or something like that to the client. So I'm kind of like 90% there, like right now. It's like if you're where's the page? Oh, I didn't mean to close this one yet. So it's like this is the SSR content. It's like it's 404 at the moment, so I need to fix that. How many years of experience? First internship. Oh yeah, that's cool. I hope you will find a job, because yeah, the like job market is gone a bit crazy. But yeah, so I uh on a side. So this was like the first project that kind of like got me into like a real job. When I started working in web development, it was written in Erlang, and yeah, it was 2009. Uh, and I think I wrote my like first kind of like line of JavaScript probably like almost like 20 years ago, but then I had like a break. So like I didn't get into it. I was like just a kid in school, and I wanted to impress my teacher, and I wrote like a program to solve like how do I call it, like what quadratic equation or something like that. Yeah. So I solved quadratic equation in like Internet Explorer 5 with JavaScript at the time where like the proper manner was like to use like document.write. It's like I'm sure like no one just like knows what it is anymore, but this was like the way to do stuff. This was the HTML. Yeah. So you're 20 years old. Yeah. So I'm a bit older than that. I'm 34, but yeah, around like 2005, I got into like what is PHP and like what is stuff, and around like 2009, I got into like working for money. Yeah, and it's 11 stars on GitHub, which is like huge for a project that, like that no one uses. Yeah, uh, and that was like early days of GitHub. I'm like user like 20,000 probably on GitHub or something, and uh, at that time, like, do you know programming? And I was like, hey, here's my GitHub. I'm sure like no one just like did that before. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like all those people are like, oh, I don't want to go back to jQuery. That was like so complicated. Yeah, you just never tried document, right? Then, right? jQuery is so easy. Yeah, yeah. So I did like I worked for like probably like 2 years as kind of like PHP and jQuery and like WordPress, all of that stuff. And I did a lot of PHP and jQuery like for just like my own websites before. And yeah, it's just I was I was basically like learning how to how to do web development through jQuery. So you just like jQuery, like, how do you do that? I think I was just like on jQuery website and I was just like reading docs. Oh, you can hide elements. Oh, you can like fade elements. And so like I was just like reading through jQuery docs and like the methods that they have, and it's like, oh, I guess you can like you can fetch data, you can do like that or this. So this is kind of like how with Tailwind you're like learning CSS, which is like go to Tailwind docs and it's like, hey, this is how to do padding, this is how to do like uh font sizes and all that stuff. Oh, okay. Just go through the points. And that was kind of like jQuery for me. Yeah, and it's like funny, right? So it's like, do people have it easy right now, or do people have it more complicated? Because before then, when I was starting, it's like the first programming book I read was about BASIC, and I didn't have a computer before, even at that point, and like I never like touched the computer, so I was just like imagining how all of this works. And that book was about like all the kind of like Atari stuff computers, where you just like when it boots up, it boots into BASIC. So it's much different thing compared to like an iPad, right? There are so many layers like far away from how it actually works compared to, I don't know, basic, right, where it's just what you see is what you get. And then again, like people who were doing it before then, they kind of like were more on like machine code and all of that stuff. So like even I like didn't get it the more hardcore way. But now you can go to, I don't know, like StackBlitz or Stack or Code Sandbox or Replit or even Scratch and create an app. You create like a thing that actually does stuff instead of just learning how computers work. I don't know. Okay, so I really want to finish this thing so it's like it doesn't show like this unexpected error. so that it's an actual app with like an actual SSR. And yeah, I feel like I'm pretty close. So let's go back to some music, and let's go back to some over the shoulder camera stuff. Yeah, I wonder what people think about like this format with the camera. I think it's like fun for this kind of like co-working stuff that they do, where it feels like you could see something that I do, but I don't have to think about like leaking my passwords and all that kind of like stuff. Yeah, and I'm glad that I can listen to like more fun music. I watched that my previous video didn't get like copyright strikes or something like that, so it's good. I don't want to just like elevator music. This is kind of the actual music that I usually work listen at work. But yeah, let's go.
Yes, you're very quite tough, always having bad luck. You think you're going crazy. Look up, there's a new life waiting. Your head's buried in the sand. You've been dealt the wrong hand. Can't imagine how you feel. Only you know that it's real. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Because you are stronger. Yes, you are stronger. Because you are stronger. Yes, you are stronger. Yes, you're very quite tough, always having bad luck. You think you're going crazy. Look up, there's a new life waiting. Your head's buried in the sand. You've been dealt the wrong hand. Can't imagine how you feel. Only you know that it's real. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Because you are stronger. Yes, you are stronger. Because you are stronger.
Running full system diagnostics. Machine status fully operational. System online. All stations are now enabled. Target dog resistance. Operation Overkill.
You will sleep now. A long sleep.
As the sun steps down and escapes the day, we'll calmly walk away from the fray. When structure falls and all else fails, we will build it once again. When the colors fade and it turns to gray, we'll calmly walk away from the fray. When structure falls and all else fails, we will build it once again. We can climb higher than before, or we could stand by while it burns to the floor, though we cannot fly. We will build and the wounds will mend as we build it once again.
Okay, so let's do break, but it didn't get too much working, unfortunately. So let me just share my screen and we can kind of like get through what I'm doing. I'm not entirely like far away, but let's start here. So first thing that our server does, it initializes TRPC stuff, and then it initializes um, router stuff. Still not entirely sure how I should name all of this stuff. But the idea is that I guess it's create context. Not great name because we already have a lot of different contexts. This. I already have a context for TRPC, so we're a bit like duplicating stuff, um, which I don't have a good idea how to fix because Remix router allows you to use like all of their loaders and actions, and that's like a separate system from TRPC. So I don't know what's the point of having two of them, but here we are. So first we create a context, and it could generate a response. That means basically redirects and stuff. Okay. Oh yeah, I was not going to add that yet. Okay, so we can remove all this stuff. All this stuff. Okay, so that's the plot. So that's it generates remix context, and that context I didn't know how to pass it. Astro just recently added this feature where you can do like astro dot local locals. I don't remember. I don't have it turned on right now. I think. Oh no, it's actually already there. Yeah, it allows you to pass like stuff between uh, different astro files, and I should figure out the way to use that, but I'm not there yet. So I generate this context, and I don't need this function, I think. Yeah, I think that's how it should work. Um, so I'm not going to use prompts anymore. I'm going to use root, which again, not great name. I don't have a better one now. So we're using root. We're sending dehydrated RPC stuff. We're sending this is basically RPC context. This is basically remix context. I wonder if there is a way to simplify them or combine them, or like ideally I want to create the TRPC context inside of loaders, but I have no idea how to do that yet. I played with that once and I didn't get too far. So now we have this root, and this root will generate different like branches, basically based on are we doing it on the server, are we doing it on the browser. At this time, I have an issue where the server bundle is sent to browser, and it's not that big of a deal. It's like 1 kilobyte gzip, but I need to figure out how to how to split them. because I have all of them in this file, I think that's how it gets imported. Um, yeah, I will figure it out. So now that we have this root, it will generate like different data on server and on the client. And so what's the good way to do that? I think this. So this is our route, and I'm trying to figure out how to use this lazy stuff, but it doesn't work completely yet. So this is what we generate right now, and seems to be working fine. So the idea is that now where I had this prompt stuff, I need to reset it. So it doesn't need to do gRPC stuff anymore. Even if it did, I don't know how to do that. But it needs to do all of the other stuff. And now here we can do prompts. Get rid of all of the other stuff. So now we kind of got to the same state as we had before, except that we're now sending like a bigger bundle because we are sending router. Okay, and I killed my Chrome again. Back. Okay. So I wonder now what do you have missed? Yeah, I need to kill my browser. So I got this thing working through React Router now. It's kind of working. The biggest problem is that they have this mechanism to do lazy loading, which I need for like split bundles. So if I do this, now it like doesn't work all the time, and I don't know what's the magic thing that like breaks everything. So it wouldn't work like that. If you want to do lazy, it would work like that. So you do like const prompts, wait, import this, I guess. Yeah, but now you see that like it shows kind of like empty thing. I'm guessing if I do it didn't ask me for outlet. It just rendered after it something. Oh, I guess this one is like server bundle. Yeah, I'm like entirely confused how this works. But the biggest problem is that it's like blinking, and I don't want it to blink. And uh, I don't know how to do it in Remix, so I tried to look into Remix website and figure out like how they do. Like they have docs, so they have like links to docs, but I don't know where they have uh, routes for docs. So that means I don't understand what exactly happens when I click on the docs. So how does it know to ask for this? And like, what is this? Routes, tasks. Yeah, but now if I click on some of the links, okay, it does something on like mouse over. All of them are like erroring out. Yeah, maybe it's something broken. I got an email. Yeah, just to make sure that you are not getting into some kind of crypto scam. Um, I remember like the kind of like the oldest uh, scam in the book. It's like, hey, we want to hire you. Please fill out this form and send us like $5. It's not much, but if they're sending it to like millions of people, I'm sure they're getting their money's worth. College.edu. I mean, scammers could get all kinds of emails. Yeah, just I don't know. I mean, goes even further with business, right? You can get a real job, but they can still like scam you out of money. I like one of my like first jobs in Russia. I was working in this like HP kind of like firm, and they just like didn't pay me for a last month or something like that, and I couldn't like sue them, right? It's Russia. No one can get anything. No one can get anything done through courts. So you're never safe in this regards. Okay, so if their own website doesn't work, okay, so like this one worked, but it didn't return anything. Yeah, I don't know. So what should happen if I click on blog? It gets. How does it know to get this file? I guess that's the question we can ask. If we go to index page, we don't have this. We don't have this URL like in the HTML. How did it know to get it? Yeah, it's just links. But it has to know something. Yeah, exactly. I'm happy for you, but I'm just it just reminds me of all of this stuff that could happen. Students, yeah. One other thing that could happen with scams is that you could be talking to someone who is like pretty genuine, but they're someone is scamming them. Yeah, I don't know why my mind goes right into scams. So what kind of project that I mean, what kind of project did you do, and what kind of project that guy is asking you to join? Create router. Yeah, so I wish we had a sync in React. I don't know how to build like lazy bundles. If I try to build lazy bundle, like everything disappears. I need to I need to I need to hydrate my stuff later. And funnily enough, they have like a new API for Astro. Where's their blog? So in the 2.5, they added this new API for client like something. So it's entirely possible that they could just add client column remix and do all of that async stuff kind of like manually. I don't know how hard it is to start. I think it has to be like a yeah, it has to be an integration. But then I can probably do all of this stuff. Visit API. Okay, experimental. Yeah. So yeah, so here I can use async await. So that's a probably like a fun way to get into that. But here I'm like I'm writing in an astro integration. I can talk about stuff. Why can't? Bird embedding. I never heard of that. New way to obtain pretrained. Okay. So that just sounds like some kind of caching. So instead of like training the whole model, you can like train something, save it in this like bird format, and then reuse it. Yeah, it's also common for those like bigger companies for just like plainly send you a laptop that is like just for their stuff. so that you're like not licking it. Okay, word embedding lookup table. Yeah. Yeah. I think when I was learning about neural networks, the thing that they used it for was like classification. I think like even like image recognition wasn't a thing yet. Yeah, so now at work we use just like OpenAI APIs to do a bit of like kind of like search, like AI aware search, where you can kind of like load your um, docs or something like that, and just like search on them, which is just pretty fun. I tried it on like my uh, website on qgp.app. Yeah, the AI stuff is really hot right now. Everyone is trying to figure out how to get into it. Yeah. Okay, so I'm not writing custom client directives yet, but I feel like there is a way to do that. So that just means that we can't use lazy stuff yet, which is pretty unfortunate because it means that you have to like uh, load the whole website or show a spinner, right? Which is how it usually works. Yeah, exactly. Like not being an expert in a thing. Uh, I think it was in like Outliers or some book like that where it was like what made Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, and kind of like all of those people to be like someone in computer or like internet businesses or like software businesses. And it's like, yeah, they were young when all of this stuff was happening because like people who are older, they were working on like more practical stuff than, I don't know, like a PC, right? Who would play with the PC when you can do something like real? And yeah, that's that's a that's a good area and a good time to be like a novice in that stuff, because everyone who's like not a novice, they're looking at it in like some set way. Now to you, why React Router and not Stack, and why you're not using Remix exactly? That's the bigger question. Um, so so here's what happened. Uh, Wrong tab. This one. So last stream that I did for 3 hours is I tried to use 10 stack router, and it's just plain kind of like not working. So remix router right now is like not working in some configurations, but 10 stack is just not working. And um, we use React router at work. I already have this like demo with React router where I can like go between pages, all that stuff, and it's fun. It works, but um, I want like a better integration, if that makes sense. So right now it's using client only, which is fun for some things, but not not fun. But I guess fun, but I wanted to say fine, which is fine for some stuff, like our fog manager slash admin stuff is client only thing with Astro. But I want to figure out how to do like a kind of like I guess the other part is that I need to specify this twice. So I want to write React router route definitions and be able to use them in Astro and be able to use SSR and to connect all of this stuff with RPC somehow. And I'm not using Remix. It's just the way when I looked at Remix kind of like closely, they didn't have HMR, which again Astro doesn't as well, but I have my ways. Um, and the bigger problem was that uh, I couldn't figure out how to use my existing Create React app application inside of Remix, and I was able to figure out how to use it in Astro. So that's just unfortunate timing for Remix, I guess, because I'm pretty sure now I could probably do it. But my thing is that, how do I say it? So Astro for me is just kind of like a bundler or compiler. It's like a low level stuff, and I can build different things on top of it. Remix and Next.js are like opinionated, specific ways of building applications, and I guess I don't want that. I want a bit I want stuff a bit less opinionated, and yeah, that's why I like Astro. It basically allows me to build kind of like all kinds of applications and use all kinds of patterns. Uh, if I want to use solid router and React router in the same projects, in the same like um, like on this route, I don't have any router. On this route, I have React router. On this route, I want to have React router with SSR, for example. But on some like other route, I want to have solid router. I can do all of that stuff in Astro. I don't have to invent micro front ends. I don't have to do any of like redirects or something like that. I can just like do it. And I think I appreciate the opinionated stuff, but I want it to be smaller. I want to build something on outside of that. So if there was a way to just like use Remix inside of Astro, okay, I'm fine. I'm using it. But I guess that's what I'm trying to build right now. That's this thing. Um, yeah, and now it's I'm hydrating it wrong. I guess let's just give up and try to do this Astro. We just don't want other opinions too much. I'm fine with their opinions. I think their opinions are good. I'm like kind of like I'm agreeing with all of their opinions. I just don't want my whole application to be like that. I want uh, I want to be able to kind of like opt out of it at some point. And next, yeah, the problem is like migrating into that solution and migrating out of it. The way that Next and Remix are set up, there's kind of like there is no easy way to get my existing application into their thing, and there is no easy way to get out of it. I just I just have to start a greenfield project that built everything the way that they want it, or yeah, I just have to kind of like rewrite everything from scratch. And that's my like favorite joke about Next.js. They have this like migrating to Next.js, and it's like, yeah, it's fine. Oh, did they remove it? Interesting. So they have this code mode stuff. Migrate from. Yeah, so they have. Yeah. They had this article that is like, hey, there is how to migrate from Create React app to Next.js. And it's like, yeah, install these packages, remove these packages, write this script, write do this, do that. It's like kind of like manageable. And then the point is, yeah, and now just move everything to next router. And it's like, yeah, just rewrite your whole app. That's what you're telling me. There's no there's no easy kind of like way to do it kind of like halfway or migrating somehow. And yeah, when I did this stream like a year ago when I tried like to migrate my stuff to like Astro and all the other things, and yeah, I was just not happy with those things. And we used Next.js for like one project, and it was kind of like a bit clunky. There was no TRPC back then. I think that would have helped a lot. But yeah, and now this kind of like React server components, I think it's a feature, but there is no solution that uses that feature, and there is like no good framework that uses that feature. Next.js wants to think that they kind of like do all of this stuff, but I don't think they do yet. And yeah, and again, I want to see this like done in Astro, for example. Okay, I need to figure out what I want to do now. I think I'm just uh, skipping the lazy stuff for now, and I'm just uh, porting everything to router. Yeah. So what I want to fix is that this like current page stuff. It's client side only right now, and it's silly. I want like React router to solve this thing. Yeah. Okay, so let's go back to music. It's pretty late now, so I should probably go at some point, but I will try to to get something working, hopefully.
Go select. too long. Say it out loud, like you really mean it now, 'cause this is the last time. We're at the crossroads, and I can't let it go. I try to make you stay, but you're already far away. We're at the crossroads, and I'll let it go. Now I know this much is true. I won't be running after you. Now I know this much is true. I won't be running after you. We're at the Cambridge to Boston, lives in a world she's lost in, victim of compromise. He's staring at her Aberdeen heart, London eyes, Glasgow bones. She's whistling the catacombs, a paradox. He's in love with the statue in a marble block. He's in love with the girl that time forgot. She just shakes her ears. She's falling too far with salt in her scars. Won't let it taste her tears. She's falling too far. The girl that time wasted moments, full of potential atonement, an angel in disguise. But he can see her Aberdeen heart, London eyes, Glasgow bones. She's a whistle in the catacombs, a paradox. Oh, he's in love with the statue in a girl that time forgot. She just shoots her ears. She's falling too far with salt in her scars. Won't let it taste her tears. She's falling too far. The girl that time forgot.
this out. Check this out.
I'm running away from the past I left behind. I'm looking for answers, but I'm blinded by the light. I'm lost in the music, can I stay here for the night? I promise I'll be gone in the morning, out of sight and out of mind. and touch the sky. A star's light shines on long after it dies. Oh, in the night, I live every day as if it's your last. All memories been bright like beacons of the past. Oh, in the night, now we race against the sun. Now we race against the Now we race against the sun. Now we race against the race against the sun. Now we race against the sun. Race against the sun. Now we race against the sun. Now we race against the sun. Now we race against the sun. Ooh.
Okay. Uh, it looks like it's already time for break. So let me share my screen. Uh, so I was worried about this like server stuff showing up in the client bundle, but I think no longer the case. So I don't know what I did, but it started working. um, so other than that, thing that kind of like changed now is that instead of um, all the pages having like different dependencies, everything is now like in a big root bundle. It's not that big, it's like 38 kilobytes gzip, but I still want to figure out the way to, to split it up, of course. So it's like settings, prompts, nav, what else, like support. All of them are now in one bundle. And before it was like settings was different, prompts was different, and so on. So it's like all of them are separate. I can add that like um, lazy stuff. So for example, if we go to support, uh, if you make full page support, uh, so it's async flow lazy, and it returns an object. Yeah, so now here I can do const wait for this. Oh yeah, I have this bug again when it's duplicating stuff. Hmm. I don't know that like this script tag is messing with something, but yeah, it's not, it doesn't work. It doesn't work with lazy. Guess what else can we have? So if we can't use lazy here, we can probably just go here and be the lazy boundary for some of this stuff. So if I go maybe to like Astro disapproves of your laziness. I don't think it's Astro. I'm pretty sure it's Remix. I'm sure there's some workarounds to fix this. Uh, okay, so the interesting question: if I'm on settings page and if I go to support, oh, I'll let you remove it. Okay, so do all of this lazy. So if I'm on settings page and I click on support, it works. So it's just the way that it hydrates that has some bug, because I can navigate to it fine, and if I look at network tab and I click on support, it should be yeah, that's bug banner. Oh yeah, it's the promise is already resolved. So I need to go here. Now click on support. Getting confused. Let me do it again. So I'm doing console log lazy. So I need to be on this page. And if I click on it, yeah, so it's importing here. Yeah, I'm too lazy to figure it out. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, this is remix. Well, kind of. It is kind of remix. So if I move my component outside, and if I only lazy for data, so it could be, I don't know, just like new promise, set timeout. Okay, so I have this. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so that's why it works. Okay, so if I go to this page now, and if I do use loader data from Remix router, console log it. So it's stuff now. If I go to settings and I click on it, it takes like a second. But yeah, then it resolves the stuff. So uh, it's kind of remix. I can do some stuff there, and I think if I SSR it, stuff should be like there in the uh, I don't remember how they call it. It's hydration data. Yeah, yeah. So if I'm doing something in loaders, it will send it like twice. Um, but it will work. The only thing doesn't work is lazy components. So I have to import everything together, and like inside of the thing itself, I guess I can probably do lazy loading. So if I okay, how do I do that? Yeah, so we have a suspense boundary here. Okay, so now can I do okay, I forgot how to do that. I always use React lazily. So it's I guess I have docs there. I just copy this thing. So if I get my full page support from lazy, and I'm getting it from the Banner support page, and I resolve my thing like that. If I comment it out here, now I get, I should say loading. I don't know why it should say loading. No, sync settings, profile lot stuff. Okay, I don't see where the loading starts, but that's the root. Okay, we can just make it slower to import. Yeah, just same kind of like progress. Wait. Think. Okay, so if we do all of this stuff, yeah, so it showed loading, yeah. So you can lazy load like that. So if I don't do suspense, I think Remix adds its own because they use it for something else. Okay, so this didn't work. Can perform, hasn't mounted yet. These effects. Yeah, I think you still need suspense somewhere. Maybe Remix like as an app does this, but not the React router itself. Yeah, so if I here on settings, I click on support. Yeah, and it resolves the loader and stuff. So you can do that. You can't do lazy pattern that they have. I don't know why. I guess I can try to figure out like a minimum like a reproduction and to show to some of them. I don't know who's going to be interested. Remix or Astro, but it's technically possible. And I didn't play with actions or forms or any of that stuff, so that's also like a thing that you can do. Yeah. Other than that, it's kind of it's kind of remix. I don't use loaders. I just use gRPC. So I can click now between pages, and it's using client-side navigation. The thing that I'm doing this so that I can keep this widget floating, because now it's like when I click on it, it disappears. So this is going to be remixify Astro. So now if I go to my app, I have a widget here, and I can just, it requires some state, so that's like the tricky part why I didn't want to do it before, but I can move it inside of the layout, I guess. One other place to put it is like here, because I have this thing, so I can have like a oh, it's called here support widget. Yeah, so the support widget here is, oh yeah, it's getting all the information. Yeah, so I can just, pretty sure that I can just do this, support it like that, Yeah, so here I have actually two of them because it like adds the extra shadow. So go back here and let's remove this from here. So it's just one widget. So I can open it and I can navigate and it's not going to disappear. The only problem is support because it's already it's already there. It's going to be like two copies of it. So you need to figure out the way to unmount it on that page. And it shouldn't be that tricky, so I just need to use some kind of React router match route, something like that. Location use route, match routes, given location. This is part of React router match it. It uses internal but by use route. Yeah, so I don't think I need use route. I think there was like just match, use match. Match batch. I mean, match data. Okay, so let's try match path. And the idea is to have app support. Okay, so it's from React router DOM. Cannot read property undefined of match. Okay, so you're giving it a pattern and then a path name. Okay, I wish there were any docs. Okay, the pattern and the path name. Yeah, I think we're just using. Yeah, we should be using like use match, not use match. Yeah, so it's null on all the other pages and it's not null on something. So what we want to do is pull in support and it's just like null not equals to this, and we have okay, a bit confused how it should work. So it's showing internal, right? So when we show floaty here, we should be checking if there's condition. Fine, okay. Do something like that. Right, so the condition should be is not full screen support. Okay, So here I have the thing and I can navigate, but when I go to support, this one closes and I have to open it again. Okay. Okay, I think it's fine. There's the room for improvement, but I think it solves our thing. Okay, so show support flow be on every page except for support. I think that's how we should do it. Should be doing it. Okay. Now I need to create a branch. So I don't need this, and I need this one either, I think. This should be a separate commit. Okay. So the things that I don't like about what we have right now is I have these prompts, right? And I don't want to see those prompts loading when I refresh. It's fine that Spark Banner is loading because we actually didn't have like a way to not do that, and it's fine that this thing is loading. But I like that I don't have to see loading screen here, and in order to do that, I'm getting a prompt. I'm like prefetching prompts. I should be not fetch, but prefetch. Yeah, should be using prefetch, but I'm like, and there's other stuff here as well. The stuff that they should fix later. So I can get some queries kind of like in advance during SSR, so that they're ready, and I just push it as a dehydrated state of gRPC, or just React query. But I also get this like remix context, and it might make sense to use just one of them, but if we're choosing between, do you want to do this in remix or do you want to do this in astro, I think astro wins in my mind. Yeah, but it's slightly silly that I have to do that, and it could be a thing that I want to do, like if you're going about routes, maybe it's like for multiple routes and the children, I want to resolve this thing, and how do I do that? So the other thing is that I need to create all of those pages for every route, and like setting and support, for example, are exactly the same. It's actually, if I wasn't doing all of this stuff, and if I wasn't doing all of this stuff, all of them could be like generated from the router. So I just read the router on the server and use get static paths or something like that, and just like, hey, given this remix router, here are the paths that we need to create in Astro. And then the question is about like pre-render. it's pre-render. Oh yeah, I should probably do that as well. Use hybrid SR option in Astro. Okay, where was I? Yeah. So this is slightly silly right now that we are duplicating this, but it's kind of fine because I want to have this like custom logic. I might move color somewhere else because color is there just so that I don't forget that I can do this. And yeah, I only use it here. The other thing is that I don't do anything with titles right now. So like here I'm on the list, but now I go to settings and it's not updated. It was fine before, because it was like refreshing in every route and all the titles were always correct. But now with client-side routing, it's not there. So I guess I should be fixing that. And it introduces this thing of like, okay, so who is responsible for routing or for titles? One way that we can do that is maybe we can do it here. So like loader is like title runs. So if I do it here, and if I go here and I console log context, okay, I don't console log it here, it's going to happen on the server. Yeah, so here's the loader data. It's not easily accessible. There should be some way to like merge it, I think. Okay, I don't know. Remix out of flat, then loader data. I guess, yeah, so right now the app layout is okay. So I can technically get it. I do context dot loader data. I can just like go through it and find the title and just use the deepest one, I guess. And then I can use, yeah, I can go here and I can say, hey, loader data 0-0 dot title. So I can do this, and now my title is Proms with Friends, and if I update it, it's going to be this one. So I control this from a loader now, and if I go to my like layout.tsx, I can use loader data. So now the client, I have this object, and I can do, so it's like as title string. So use effect, document.title. This when title changes. So now if I'm in prompts and I click here, okay, what's your activity? Interesting. Right. Okay, confused. Oh, it's props titles. And I was going for loader. Yeah. Can't read title. Yeah, so I wonder why it's. Oh, could be null as well. Okay. This is slightly more inconvenient. But yeah. So go here and it's using data from loader. But now I'm kind of inventing my own framework by introducing like a thing like that. It's really simple, but who is kind of like going to enforce that? Yeah. And it's interesting that if I put it here, it will work client side, but it will fail. I can do it there like that. Yeah, guess I need to. No, it didn't work. Here's why. Yeah, it's null. Where's that? So how is this one getting? Okay, so use matchers. For each matcher, I have data and dehydrated state. Is that server side only? Yeah, I guess that's server side only. But okay, I don't know how loaders work. I was sure that if I set it here, it should apply to children as well, but maybe it doesn't. Yeah, I don't know. But it's I should figure something out. I have this React.js meta package. Yeah, I don't have like any docs for it. Yeah, it's like one one user. Yeah, and that one you can set titles kind of like it works kind of like React Helmet. So just like the deepest one wins and all that stuff. So maybe that's the better approach. That's where you have all the data, because if here I want to read like from TRPC or something, it's not going to work. So yeah, maybe I can use that package. It's too late, so I have to stop streaming. My plan was to check the kind of like passing functions as children. That worked flawlessly. I'm upset I didn't figure it out earlier, but there are still a lot of issues with. I can just like ignore this loader stuff. Just focus on, hey, it's React Router, it works, and just like pass everything as a prop during SSR from Astro. Yeah, it would be cool if I could figure out how to like do this inside of router, but it's a bit inconvenient, and I wish I was able to create like that reproduction for that like not working hydration, and I could try to write my own hydration for remix, just like client colon remix, and figure out all the lazy routes so that it works. Yeah. So I guess just to recap, by using React Router, now we have client-side navigation between stuff, and it's nice. Is it as nice as, I don't know, Next.js, right? What are we missing? What stuff do we have in Next.js what we don't have here? And are we doing too much stuff? Are we inventing our own framework? I guess. Oh, I wasn't showing my screen, but anyway, it wasn't that important. Yeah, thanks everyone who showed up in the chat, and yeah, I don't have too much energy to kind of like to talk, so I just wanted to make this thing, to get this thing working. Yeah, we had a lot of traveling recently, and yeah. Anyway, bye everyone.